Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to my Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody's ready for a little fun tonight. I have some guests tonight, and I'm going to introduce all of them, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do. So here's Kim from Cotton Cuts. Welcome, Kim. And
Hello.
Mona,
Thanks for having me, Katie.
yeah, and Mona from Mona Did What, and Tammy from the Siberian Wind. And I probably
Hi, everybody.
So we're going to have some fun tonight. So the first thing that we're going to do is Kim and I are going to sew a Cotton Cuts Block of the Month color challenge. And we're both going to use a Stitch It kit. So I will talk about the Stitch It kit. And Kim, help me out if I do it wrong.
Always happy to.
Okay, so this is what you've seen me talk about the color challenge cards in the past. Every time I do a box opening, mine's on paper because my mail from January has not come. So I got with Kim and they got me a copy of it. So this is what we're going to sew tonight. And any of you who happen to have this particular card and you want to sew with us, please do, because then you can go to Cotton Cuts Fabric groups on Facebook and on Instagram, and if you type in hashtag CC Color Challenge, you can be your either if you color the card, which looks like this on the back, and if you color that, you can enter that in the drawing, but you still have to make sure you put hashtag CC Color Challenge. Or if you want to sew the block and do the same thing, or you can be really energetic and do both and enter both. And you know, you're one or the other will, if it gets picked, you'll win a prize from Cotton Cuts. So there's this part of it. And I'll share a hashtag here soon. The other thing is as you know, a lot of you who have subscriptions with Cotton Cuts knows that when you're doing the block of the month, which this is January, we're in February, and by the 15th of February, you need to get this posted on the Cotton Cuts Fabric Facebook page and Instagram by February 15th. Now, also on the 15th of every month, Kim posts new what we call Stitch It kits. And they come in little boxes like this. Now, this one is a large that I got. Okay. And I'll show you a different kit that I'm going to use tonight for the color challenge. So if you stay tuned and keep an eye out on Cotton Cuts website and let me post the link for it, you can go over there and read all about the Stitch It kit. And basically you get a kit. There's 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. And you pick the one you want along with whatever colorway is being offered. And then you sign up for it on the 15th and you get that whole kit. And then you take that kit and make whatever you want out of it. So it's been fun doing things with it. So here's the link for the Stitch It kit. And I'm going to show you, well, Tim, want to show them what you're going to do with what your Stitch It kit looks like and talk more about it?
Sure. Okay, so we love our Stitch It kits at Cotton Cuts. And so these consider them like those Lego boxes of general use Legos with no pattern, where you can really make anything you want to. And so each month we pick different collections. We're going to do it slightly different this month, but more coming on that soon. And we die cut a ton of fabric and send it to you to do whatever you really want with it. And so I have a Marty collection called 5 and 10 that we used in a previous mystery quilt. And if you're on the camera that's looking down, you can kind of see these kits are just filled with just tons and tons of pre-cut triangles, squares, strips. This is one of the boxes of our largest size. This is another box. You get tons and tons and tons of squares, triangles, and strips in all these. And the idea is literally lay them out and have fun and do whatever you want to do with them. And so when Katie and I were talking about this month, we wanted to do this color challenge block from January. And I was like, why don't we use a Stitch It? It's perfect for it. We actually had a member in our Facebook group last year complete all 12 block of the months using a Stitch It kit. She just went and grabbed it and she was able to sew each block with the pieces that came in her kit. And so I was like, this would be a perfect opportunity for it. These pieces were cut. I did have to cut these strips. I had to take an inch off. That's these little guys living over here. But it was easy. And I am going to be able to, with what I've got in front of me, make 4 of the January block of the months with the pieces I have here. And so we like these. These are general use, just cut. And you don't even really have to cut. You're just going to put them together, sit and sew, which is my favorite part. And as Katie said, these are going to be on the website on the 15th of the month, so in 5 days, and you can go grab your own. We have some up right now that are left over from previous months. When I was thinking about this block of the month challenge, Katie and I actually talked about which Cotton Cuts product did we want to use. So Stitch Its, these are a fantastic option. We also have our snippet bags on the website as well. And so these are die cut scrap bags that we have left over after we cut our mystery quilt. And inside each bag, we get like these giant pieces of fabric, which would be great for a block where we have lots of strips. Like we could have cut the strips out of these pieces. We would not have been able to get the triangles we need for this block. So that's why Katie and I chose to Stitch It. But we can use a snippet to complete each block each month. We also have like bolt-ins. We have a ton of different options to be able to complete these blocks each month. To Katie's point, we love just inspiring you to make things. And on the 15th of each month, if you post your block, either colored or sewn, using the hashtag, we pick one winner who enters and give away free stuff. It's kind of just fun. There's no like overarching plan or theme with this. This isn't, asking everyone to make it to continue to participate in Cotton Cut stuff. This is really just for fun. And I actually, as I was sitting down, I have had a very busy day. We've had a band concert and a basketball game. And I have about an hour of free time before we have to run on to the next thing. And this is like, I'm going to be able to get 4 blocks done and probably a pillow by the time we're done sitting here and sewing today.
Yep, that's right. And here is what I'm going to show you what mine is, what I'm coming. Hopefully it won't fall off the board. But here's the Stitch It kit that I already had open that I've been operating out of, and this is what I'm going to do mine from. You probably
That's
remember
awesome,
this
Katie.
one, huh?
Yeah, that's Victoria Finlay Wolf collection. Yep.
Yeah, these fabrics are really cool. So that's what I'm going to do mine from. So if there's anyone in the channel who has their color challenge card, you don't have to have a Stitch It kit to do this, but you do have stash. So join us and sew one and then post it over on the 2 places I mentioned. Okay.
All right, so we're sewing, Katie? Is that the plan? Is that what we do next year? Okay,
yes,
good.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start sewing. And while we're sewing, I'll tell you what else we're going to do tonight. Mona and Mona's working on a UFO, right?
Yes.
Okay, and she'll share with you soon what she's doing. And Tammy is working on her Clue 1 Tree of Life. Hey, you want to show them your colorway? Hang on, let me wait. Hold on, Tammy.
You're fine.
Spotlight you for a minute. Okay, can you show them your colorway?
I sure can. I'm going to swap video quick. Go over to that one. And I am actually going to do the chestnut colorway.
Chestnut.
So
Pretty.
I've got all these browns and grays and all of that. My husband actually chose this colorway. It was kind of his deal. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, good. All right. So now let me say hello to everybody in the channel that's come in. Can't leave them out. Not one. Okay. So hello. So Terry, hi Beverly and Linda. Hi Donnell. Hey Deb. Hey Joy. How are you? Hi Liz. Hi Sylvia. Hi Sheila. What is it? Sheila. Yeah, I might not be saying your name right. Sorry. Okay. Hey Terry. Who else? Hi Teresa. Hello Chloe. Welcome everyone. And now we're going to start sewing. And in the channel, please share what you're currently working on so we know what you're doing today. All right. I'm gonna sew this.
Mona, what's the UFO that you're working on?
I'm just making a bag out of an old quilt panel I found. And I'm going to just quilt some lines on it. And that's about it.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I didn't know Cotton Cuts had all this stuff, the scrap packs and the ones you get every month, because I'm new to it. I just joined my first puzzle mystery quilt this year. So I'm excited.
Welcome. Welcome.
So the scrap bags, like we have these die cutting processes, right? We die cut 75,000 pieces a month. And I hate throwing away fabric. I can't do it. And so everything that's left over is like, we package them up and we sell them at cost. So it is free shipping. What you're paying is basically the cost to ship it to you, because we just want to keep it out of landfills. It has value. There's a lot of scrappy quilters out there. I know people who get these and like their highlight of the month is ironing them and cutting them into strips for their stash bin. Like this is like, it's just, I get to iron and I get to put strips in the stash bin. So they love it.
Yeah, I buy a lot of scrap packs. I buy scrap. I just buy all kinds of scraps.
Yeah.
But I also like the box with all the stuff already cut, and you just make whatever block you want. That sounds fun.
Well, and everything's built on the same grid. So it's all meant to interlock and connect together. And so it's literally, if you have a design wall, it's hours of entertainment putting together the different blocks. And we've given these to people on my team and said, just go sew blocks and bring them back in. And what they bring in is all so different. Some people like actually create arrowheads and there's like movement of rotation. It's a lot of fun. They're good times.
My tape.
I could hear my washing machine vibrating in the house. I usually don't hear it. It's weird when you're sewing in the living room and you can hear the washing machine going. Did you guys see the pictures I posted about the house?
It did.
Yeah,
They're
it looks like the renovations are coming along.
Yeah, they told me before they left Friday that Monday they're going to start on the inside wall, and so because I told them that I was leaving Thursday, and that if they didn't get everything done before I left, then they would have to wait till I come back, because I couldn't have them coming in and out of the house because they would have had to deal with Coda, and yeah, Coda might not like them come walking in. He's used to Hanifa, and she's the one that's going to take care of my house and the dogs. And she goes to school full time, plus she has a part-time job, so there's no way she could be here while they're here. So they know they need to get it done. So we'll see what happens with the wall on the inside. So it might be waiting on me when I get home, ready for us to clean all the rest of the glass up and reset the whole room, because now we're going to have a wall that wasn't there before. And I've been seriously thinking about maybe I should put that whole wall as a design wall, and then move everything else to the other wall where the design wall is currently. And that'll leave a whole empty wall where Nikolai can put shelves up to put all his Legos on.
Yeah, that would be a design wall would be a good use for that wall.
Yeah. And I know he would be happy if he had more space for his Legos.
I gotta go get another.
He never complains, of course, but
Hello.
Okay. So Tammy, is this your first PMQ, the chestnut that you're working on?
It is.
Ha.
I've done a lot of mystery, or I've done several mystery quilts in the past, but I've never done a cotton cut mystery.
Right. That
I've
chestnut,
never done
it's a
anything cotton cuts.
it's a fun colorway. I'm glad your husband chose it. I think it's gonna be one of those ones that people will be sewing it and not quite sure, but in the end, it'll be like everyone says, like get to the end and you're gonna be in love with it.
So I've got a question since you're on here with us.
Yeah, of course, that's what I'm here for. Let's go.
So on the dog ears that we've got here,
Yeah.
those do not line up with my scant 1/4 of an inch. Are we supposed to be sewing dog ear to dog ear? Or
Nope.
is that our 1/4 of an inch with cotton cuts?
As long as you are consistent in your seam allowance, it always comes together. And so
Okay.
I usually sew a little to the inside of the dog ear. I don't sew dog ear to dog ear. I don't know, Katie, if you do it differently. I don't sew dog ear to dog ear. I usually use the
Okay.
1/4 inch piecing foot on my machine. But
Yeah.
it's so important that you use the same machine and the same piecing foot from the beginning to the end of the project. I've accidentally switched machines to sew a couple clues and they did not come out the same. So I would suggest just whatever method you start with, that's what you end with.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah, I'm
use
gonna
the
give that a
same-
try.
Yeah,
Mhm.
use the same stitch length, the same whatever you're sewing on, and the same, because I don't sew a stamp. I don't see the point in it. So I just do a regular one based on how my machine's set up for the 1/4 inch, because my machine has a setting that I can set it to a 1/4 inch, and then I have a 1/4 inch foot that's sitting on the presser foot plate, and that's what I do. And I just make sure that I run that edge along where it's supposed to be at.
Well, I will say this, both of my machines are both Berninas and they both use the same feet. So worst case scenario, I wouldn't be that far off. So I could actually move even though the foot that I'm using now is the 1/4 inch with the dual feed, I could get away with not necessarily using dual feed on the other machine. And
Yeah.
it would still, I could swap the machine foot.
My Janome has this HP system on it, and I haven't learned how to use it yet. And from what I understand, if and when I get switched over to that part of the system, it
Mhm.
keeps your quilt piecing as accurate as it can get.
Okay.
But I don't know how to set it up. So when I go to QuiltCon, I'm going to go pay the Janome dealers a visit and ask them to show me how to do it, and I'm gonna video them while they're doing it. If they let me video them, that is.
I will say I miss getting to go to as many quilt shows as I used to. I always visit the vendor section, and if there's something that I want that I can't afford, I will put it on a wish list for myself. And the next year or 2 years or however long it takes me to save up, I will make sure that I let that vendor know that I'm going to be there to see them for that quilt show. And I have had vendors show up with products for me and show up with extra accessories and everything else, holding it for me, because then they're not having to pay shipping, or they're not having to ship it to me and deal with all the hassle.
Yeah, because you live in Canada, right?
No, I live in Wyoming.
Oh.
Oh, well, I do. I live in Wyoming now.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you lived in Canada.
Nope. There's between us and Canada, there's Montana.
Okay, something's not right here.
Oh no.
No, I already know what's right. I should have trimmed those I need to find my ruler.
Kim, there's a question in chat for you.
Oh, sure.
Donnell,
Okay.
Donnell's asking, my clue 1 is not tracking and showing U.S. Postal Service has not received it yet. Should I be worried? This is my first time ordering a PMQ, so just wondering.
Right. So the shipping woes of the past 2 weeks have been driving my team absolutely batty. So I'm going to say it depends. So if you purchased a fully prepaid mystery quilt, meaning you ordered everything and prepaid all at once and we're sending all the fabric in a single shipment, those are on their way to you. Sometimes they get scanned when the post office receives them, and sometimes people are receiving them and the first scan is actually when it hits their mailbox. So the scanning process, hugely variable. We're asking everyone to just give the post office some time. I don't know about everyone else, but St. Louis has been down with the flu for the past 8 to 10 days. There's a lot of people that have had flu and fever. And so I can imagine that's hitting the post office as well, with as much as they're touching everyone else's stuff. And so we're just asking everyone to be super patient. This is only clue 1. We have 9 more clues to go. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I know it's super frustrating because you're all super excited, right? And we get to see like Tammy is sewing her clue 1 and Mona's going to sew her clue 1 later, and everyone gets to sew their clue 1s. Just please, please, please give extra grace to the post office to get you everything you need. With respect to the clue 1s, all the clue 1s went out the door last Friday on the 2nd, like they were supposed to. So every single person that placed an order before the 2nd, all those clue 1s went out. If you've ordered a month to month since that time, it's taking us about 2 to 3 days, but we're trying to ship those month to months as quickly as we can to get you up to speed. But everything is out the door, guys. We are moving as fast as we can. If you've placed a prepaid mystery quilt, give us about a week after you place that order to get it to you. Those take a little bit longer. It's 10 full clues. It's a lot of die cutting. It's a lot of strip cutting, but everything is moving, guys. It's been an interesting experience for us. We've gone through fits and spurts of this, many times over the years, where things take a little bit longer than we all want them to. And then next month, everything will arrive within 48 hours. I have no idea. I feel like I could run the post office, but I'm also terrified to run the post office at the same time. And it is a complex job. And so just be patient, folks. It's not clue 10. I get it. Clue 10, by the time you get to the end, you want that so you can finish up your quilt. Clue 1, we can all just take a breath, enjoy some spare time. I have a feeling most quilters like me have a stack of projects behind them that they can work on, I hope. So yeah, I appreciate the question. It is definitely something, we've done the best we can to get them to the post office. They're doing the best they can to get to you guys. Just take a couple of days. And if it doesn't arrive to you by the end of next week, send a note into our customer service team and we'll track it for you. We'll get you. We always make it whole. Nothing is ever permanently lost. If it is truly lost, we will put in the insurance claim and we'll get a replacement out to you. All very easily done.
I could tell you she will follow through on everything, because during the shutdown, my stuff all disappeared into this bottomless vortex to never be seen again. And I'm not talking. It was lots of stuff, wasn't it, Kim?
It was. So during the pandemic, we lost about $70,000 of packages internationally that were just gone, vaporized, didn't come back. And we filed all the claims and we did all the replacement and we made everyone whole. It took us a long time, but we finally got everyone everything that they were expecting to. I mean, again, the post office was short-staffed. It was an extenuating circumstance. But guys, we fixed everything. We always make it right. There's never this too bad, so sad. I know some of our other competitors aren't super nice about that type of thing. We want you to finish your projects. We want you guys to get all these beautiful fabrics and all these threads. So we always do our best to make sure everything is done correctly.
Can I ask you some random trivia?
Right. This is why I'm one of your biggest fans, because y'all have a fantastic, exceptional customer service team.
Thank you.
So how many bolts of fabric do you go through just to cut one fabric clue?
All right. So this is always okay. So for a given mystery, I used to know this. I think we're up into the like 15,000 yards, I think is how it works. 15 to 20,000 yards of fabric.
Oh, goodness.
To do like Tree of Life. I don't know what that works down to bolts. Those are things I used to know. And also it depends if it's a 15-yard bolt or if it's 10 yards. So for example, the Radiance colorway comes on a 10-yard bolt. But yeah, I think we're in the 15,000 yards category, 15 to 20,000 yards. And each month, in a given month, it's about 75,000 pieces of fabric that are die cut, packaged, and kit and shipped out of our space. And that's only the mystery quilt. Right. We still have all the other boxes that Katie unpacks. We have the Javas, we have the Classic, we have the Modern Maker, the Chromas, which are projects that we sprinkle in, all the stitches, all the snippets, all the spirit kits, all the mini mysteries. What am I'm sure I'm missing something. I'm sure someone in the comments, but we do a whole bunch of things around all of this other work.
Yep. 2 lives ago, y'all saw where I did a whole cotton cuts unboxing of several things that came all in, came all in at once. And you're gonna laugh at this one, Kim. For the first time in all of these years of this box, normally this box would be covered in stickers. The reason this one's not covered in stickers is because I bought yardage and some other things, and I did what they call boost it. And when you do a boost it, they add what you buy extra with what you're already subscribing to, and it gets put in a box all together. So this is how I got an unblemished box that I will use, or I will use as a prop.
That's funny. I didn't realize in all these years, that's the first unblemished box you've received.
Yep. Most all of them, by the time I get them, they have 6 or 7 stickers all over them, and you can't rip them off because it tears the paper off. I've tried.
The sticker on my package, I took off real careful so I could put it on my sewing machine. And it came right off and I got it on there.
Oh, cool.
And also the stickers on the clues, Mona, those come off really easily. I've got a sticker on my sewing machine, and it's every now and then people post like that's how they keep track of what month they've done, is the stickers that are on their tables or on their sewing wherever they're at.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. What clue am I on? Let's count the number of stickers.
That is actually a fantastic idea. I would have never thought of that.
Mine is not coming up so pretty. I had to go try.
Just relax and go with the whole thing. You'll be all right.
No, they were saying that the stickers come off the plastic little seal for the clue, and mine's not coming
It's
off.
not coming off?
No.
Oh, no,
that's
it's
okay.
Sometimes they come off and sometimes they don't. If mine's gone through what you call because it goes from the US to here, away, and it'll be hot in the United States and it'll be freezing over here.
Yeah.
So the stickers go through this little heat cold thing. So sometimes it does make them not come off. Okay, so before I sew mine together, here's the half square triangle. Can everyone see that okay?
Well, that's pretty.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
And then here's the 3 strips.
You've already got your 3 strips sewn together? I guess this is what I get for sewing 4 blocks. This is my fault.
You're making 4 blocks like you're gonna make a little mini.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like 24 by 24.
Oh, okay. I'm just sewing 1 block.
I know, this is why I have so many UFOs, people, because I could just do a 12 by 12 block, but then they're like, oh, I want to be practical. And so why don't I make something that I might actually use? And so by the time I get done with this, it's going to be 24 by 24 unfinished. And I'm going to go into something else and it'll be a UFO, and I'll finish it at some point in time in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I still have so many of those over there, because I've already made 1 block with some of this same stitch it, and I'll get it out of the box and show it to you guys. But it was for one of the other color challenges, I think from early last year when I bought this particular kit. And then this ended up stuck up underneath 4 design boards. And then the other day because I've been slowly kind of milling in and out of the sewing room, I'm spending a little more time in there each time I go in there instead of walking in and turning around and walking right back out again kind of thing. And because I don't deal with chaos very well. I'm a creature of habit.
Just think about how wonderful it will be when you got it all put back together.
Yep.
That's what dreams are made of.
And if you can't get your sticker off, you could heat it up with a blow dryer, and that'll help it to come off.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
I
would
didn't
help.
know that. Wow, that's a great idea. And I need to make sure I don't put this wrong, because if I do, then I'm going to have a mess. Okay, this is going in the right direction. This is going this way, and this needs to go this way. Okay, got that one pinned. Okay, let's see. So Kim, you're based out of St. Louis, Nancy says. Andrea says, oh, and by the way, Andrea, to answer your question about my sewing room, yes. I'm sorry, I missed that. Diane says, it may be a challenge to wait, but it's always worth the wait. Thanks, Kim. That's in reference to the Tree of Life.
The delayed packages, yeah.
Yep. Andrea says, not only does the post office have shortages due to illness, but the entire country has been dealing with various weather woes. Yes, it has. And there's about to be another one because a polar vortex is about to dump more cold on the United States this coming week, in case you didn't know that. Kelly says to Mona, what are you quilting a panel? That question didn't come out.
I'm just using thread and painter's tape. Or the panel's going to be a tote bag.
And then Kelly also says the box is pretty all by itself. She must have been talking about the either the Tree of Life one or the purple one I showed them. Terry says, I am a bit OCD. I package up the sewn clue back in the bag with the nicely peeled sticker reapplied, laugh out loud. Terry says, pretty. Teresa says, Mona, what are you? Oh, she answered that question, so I don't have to read that one. Okay, we're caught up.
Yeah, a lot of people, it's a common question. So how do you store each clue each month, right? And so Katie, you've been through this cycle a lot. The naming and storing of your clues is super important. And this always pops up in clue 1 of how are you storing your clues? A lot of people put the sewn clues back inside the written instructions and fold the paper over it. But people get those 12 by 12 like plastic storage boxes that are commonly used for scrapbooking. Yeah, I've used that one before. The most creative one, and the one that I'm super excited about, is people go to a pizza shop and they get an unused pizza box, and then you can write the colorway on the edge of the box, and you don't have to, once you've ironed them and pressed them, you don't have to, because they all fit inside this like pizza box, and then they'll have like stacks of pizza boxes.
That's a good idea.
That's creative.
Yeah, because I mean, when you put them back inside the paper, you've got to fold them and you've got them all nice and neatly pressed and whatnot. But if you put them inside the pizza box and then you layer them, you don't have to re-iron them. They all stay perfectly flat.
That's a good idea.
That's an excellent idea.
Because every time I order a plastic box, it comes crushed, and then I have to send it back. So
they make
you guys have not met my husband.
Yes, they do.
Who is this that makes you sit? Oh,
Amazon, I think. I don't remember where I got the last one. So I just stopped buying them.
I bought all of mine from Qaqortoq mostly. And I've only had one uncracked. And when I recorded it, they sent me a new one, and I asked if they wanted me to send the other one back. They're like, no.
Oh, well, that's good.
She says that's just, it's cracked, it's broken. It would be ridiculous to pay shipping to send it back.
I don't mind sending stuff back, but I don't want it cracked.
Yeah. So, but this one was really cracked pretty bad, so I couldn't even use it anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
So it was okay, but they replace stuff just like Kim does. Like Kim's been exceptional with hers.
Yeah,
right,
I've never had trouble with them.
Now I have the strip sewn to the half square triangle on both sides. So this is one side, this is the other side. Now I'm going to sew them together.
I should bring up the chat so I can see what everybody's saying.
Thank you,
Hello,
Guess Who, Nancy.
Katie. Oh, hi, Denise. Welcome, welcome.
So I am a strip piecer, and so I've got all my triangles sewn, I've got all my strips sewn. Now I just iron and like put them together.
I didn't realize we were going to sew more than one, or I would have done that.
This is a game day decision, man. I was literally like, I opened up that Stitch It, right? And I looked at it, I was like, there's so much fabric in here. I forget how much there actually is. And I was like, I can totally do 4 blocks in like very little time and effort.
Yep, because there's not much effort to this particular pattern.
No, but I do have to iron. So give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back.
Okay. I just got to get these to nest right. I usually iron my seams open. But not today, because I'm trying to expand my horizons a little bit and be better. Try doing it without ironing the seams open. No, that's not coming out the way I want it to come out.
I couldn't get away with the pizza box in my studio.
No room.
You guys have not met my husband. He would come in and immediately shake the pizza box. And that would be immediately where he would go to look for anything he thinks I might hide.
I'd be going looking for the pizza.
Yeah. Well, he would look for that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would work in my household. I do have those 12 by 12s. I love that Kim showed that scrap bag. I am doing a quilt now that's going to have a panel in it, and it's using a lot of 1-inch squares, and they finish at 1/2 inch.
Oh, that'll be perfect.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then I've got a queen size quilt planned. It will also be doing the same thing, but it will be the full quilt, will be the mosaic the mosaic fabric. So they are going to be a bit of a challenge to do, but
Sounds like a good plan to me.
so I may be ordering some of those when I get closer to starting that queen size.
So everybody in the channel,
2025 project.
what is your do you guys like getting pre-cuts to sew together, or do you like using yardage? What's your jam? Share in the channel what it is.
Oh, I don't have a preference. Whatever I have, I use. But I do like getting some pre-cuts because most of my fabric is vintage. So I have no idea what one fabric is from the other. So by ordering either the scrap packs or the little squares or the layer cakes, at least I can see what everybody else is talking about and get some fabric that actually came out in this year. But I love my vintage fabrics.
I have to say that getting a charm pack or a layer cake does show you the whole fabric line. It's just I've slacked off on getting layer cakes, and I mean I have too many charm packs and layer cakes already. I'm migrating toward yardage a lot. In fact, I've been buying yardage from Tim's company a lot lately.
Well, it is more economical.
Well, yeah, I'd rather cut my. It's funny. I hate paying $45 for a jelly roll when only maybe half of that jelly roll has fabric I like, and the rest of it is like meh. But if I have yardage, then I can go pick the colors I want to sew together. And I just, for some weird reason, like cutting 2.5-inch strips anyway out of yardage. I find that, I don't know, cathartic or something.
I like using jelly rolls for binding because I cannot cut straight to save my life. So that makes it a lot easier for me.
Yeah, I had thought about using some of my strips for that. That's a great idea, actually, because then you can use multiple colors on a border. I mean, a binding, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm one of those. I have to have my binding cut on the bias. So jelly rolls don't help me on that. But I do love jelly rolls.
So Mona, you said you like bias binding. Why? Help me understand.
Oh, I don't like bias binding. Oh,
that was me.
Oh, Tammy, sorry.
Yep. I mean, Tammy.
I like bias binding because it gives you the ability to fit it a little bit better and it wears better. All of my quilts that I've made, with the exception of maybe one or two, I'm expecting them to be heavily used, like insanely heavily used. So if I put, if I put bias binding on, I know that they're going to, hold up for the long term. Whereas straight of grain binding, if you catch one of those threads, it will wear the binding down a lot faster.
One way to prevent binding from doing that, though, is to make sure there's no space gap in the binding, because that's what causes wear and tear on binding.
Well, especially if you've got somebody that's pulling on it or tugging on it or whatever, it's going to wear regardless. So it's a personal preference.
You could always serge it on too.
Yeah, I would have to pull my serger out and it needs some service. So
I don't even know. I have never been on a serger. I would have no idea what to do with one.
Whoops. Crap.
Andrea, I totally understand. Um, there's a lot of kits that I wish I could get that I definitely can't. It's just not in the budget. There's a lot of patterns that I've come up with just to use what I have available to me.
The reason what's this is the second time getting the whole kit, right, Kim, for me? But yeah, I think this is the second one. Because Bomb Pop was my first time getting a whole kit. And I got the whole kit for Bomb Pop because I was in the process of making a quilt someone was paying me for, and he paid half down, well, a little under half down on it. And I took that money and bought this whole kit with it. And then when Tree of Life came rolling around, I took the other half of that quilt money and did the same thing with it. Otherwise, it would be by the month. But I also downsized how many subscriptions I had. I only have Cotton Cut subscriptions these days. I stopped my Sew Sampler in 2022. And I had a couple other things that I was getting, and I stopped them also. Because sometimes you have to sacrifice something. Okay.
Yeah, Janice, I don't get any subscription boxes. I have enough going on without them.
Janice says she rarely buys pre-cuts. Most of my pre-cuts came from subscription boxes I no longer get. Yep, I hear you on that one. And Sylvia says, me neither, Katie. Janice says, me too, Andrea. The budget is tight. Cotton Cuts Tree of Life is all I'm doing this year, Janice said. Yep, you got to pick and choose what you can do. I've had my classic box from Cotton Cuts. That's been going on since 2018. Can you believe that? Do you realize how long that is?
But it's awesome because it's fabric customized to your preferences. You tell us what you like, what you don't like, and then we put it all together for you.
Pretty much. I have a gift for Ian that some of it came from my classic cut box when I started in the beginning and didn't know what Tulle Pink fabric was. And then when I realized I'm not a Tulle Pink fan, I have 40 fat quarters that's come from your company over the last however many years. And I'm going to give them all to Ian as a gift.
He would love and appreciate that.
Yep, he will be ecstatic because he's a Tulle fan all the way. And he's on a limited budget just like everyone else is these days. I just couldn't see just sitting on it when I could give it to someone who will enjoy it. You know how I always tell people that I'm angle challenged?
Did you sew something
So my
together the wrong
triangle's
way?
gone wrong, so I had to rip them
Uh-oh,
out.
Tammy, do you have to unwind?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
Katie was saying she had something go
Yeah,
not the way she intended.
Yeah, I'm angle challenged, and I had my triangles on in the wrong direction.
So can I ask, so I am here. What is everyone's favorite straight pin brand? I am in need of some straight pins, some new straight pins.
I like the Clover, the extra small, extra thin ones.
Okay.
Let me see what they're called.
I don't pin much, but I like these great big ones, great big long ones with the butterflies on them.
So I have, okay, so these are the ones I normally use. I'm holding them up to both. I got this, I have this weird pin cushiony thing, but I normally like the flower head ones from Clover. But I had this gift made for me. Someone, I didn't have them. They gifted me this pin cushion that has all these selvages on it, which is awesome. But they used an adhesive fusible on
Yeah.
it, and I used it as a pin cushion. And every time I take a pin out, it would be sticky. And so
Oh,
all of my flower head straight pins are sticky. And I'm in the, do I use alcohol and clean them? Or do I just use this as an opportunity to upgrade my straight pins? And I'm thinking I'm going to upgrade my straight pins. I love this. This is super thoughtful, this gift that was given to me. But I realized like it's ruined all my straight pins.
yeah.
A lot of people are saying that they like the magic pins because you can iron over them.
Good call.
I come from the garment sewing world originally, so I like, and I do some garment sewing as my charity work, and I use some super extra fine glass head pins. They're short, so they don't. I don't like a very long pin, but I do have some flower head pins. But I find my flower head pins definitely get dull fairly quickly. I
This
haven't
Yeah.
tried the magic pins yet.
this
I
is
think
the
magic
size
pins
I
is on
use.
my short list.
Mine are short, but they're very small.
Oh yeah. Oh, those are teeny tiny little head pins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you know what I've had to do? I discovered that these little small head pins are bad for my sewing machine, not as in like running them over, as in my presser plate has little screw holes in them that I guess you can mount hardware onto it, and
Mhm.
these pins fall down into the holes.
Oh no.
So I have washi tape covering all of my little holes on my presser plate so that that doesn't happen anymore.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I didn't have to take my machine to send my machine to Denmark because I'm on the Genome group, and when I posted about a pin falling in, someone directed me to a PDF file that has to do with how to open the bottom of this machine. And so I was thinking I only had one pin in it. Anyone want to guess how many I had in it when I opened the bottom of it?
Probably 30.
About 15.
Oh
Oh,
my
I was close. I was just double.
So when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm lucky one didn't fall somewhere where it could have damaged the mechanical part of it.
Yeah, you are very lucky. Um, I used to fix sewing machines. I did sewing machine repair, and one lady brought in her machine that had been sitting in storage in the pantry for a couple of years, and she picked it up and it made noise that she wasn't expecting. So instead of sewing on it first, she decided to bring it in. I weighed a quarter pound of pinto beans, along with a whole bunch of straight pins that was in that machine. They had a little creature helping store pinto beans in the sewing machine through one of the holes.
You
Oh
don't
my
realize
goodness.
you don't realize that these little small heads can just, when you're taking them out as you're running the your fabric through the sewing process, a lot of times when you're pulling the pins out, or I do, I leave them laying on the sewing bed, and don't think anything of it. And then when one falls in, you're like, uh-oh.
Now, Katie, somebody's asking if your pens are applique pens.
No, but I do have some applique pins that I didn't know were applique pins, right, Diane? I got something in one, it was in a, I want to say it came in a Jolly box. I got a jar of these. I don't know if you can see how. Hang on a
Oh,
second.
those are tiny. Those are
You see
very
how
tiny.
tiny they are?
Yeah, those are insanely tiny.
So I asked Diane, I said, what are these for? Because I never seen straight pins even that short, even if you were using it to make clothing, you know? Come to find out they're applique pins because that's what Diane told me they were. And I'm like, that's an applique pin? I was
might
totally
have to try
clueless.
this. Everybody
I
keeps recommending the magic pens. I may have to get me a pack next time I see them.
I have some magic pins in here. Here's a magic pin.
So of the magic
yeah.
of the magic pins, right? What are your favorites? Because they have like pink and blue and green and yellow that are all different
like the short ones.
thicknesses, different heads.
I don't like the long ones. I just use the short ones that has the smallest millimeter for the metal part of the straight pin.
One person that I watched had said that the longer they are, the more likely they are to bend. Terry says that if she uses pens, they're glass head 2-inch, very fine pens. The ones with the flower and the butterfly heads do not go through my fabric easily. I agree, so Terry. I have some flat or flower head pens, but I'm not super fond of them because I feel like they're not going through my fabric easily either. Donnell says she uses the blue magic pens.
And Terry says, if I use pins, they are glass head 2-inch, very fine pins. Yes, she likes the smaller diameter too. The ones with the flower and butterfly heads do not go through fabric easy. I bend them all the time, the long ones.
All right, where's my
That's why I use the shorter ones because they're just. Now I'll use the long ones like if I'm hanging something on my design board, and because when you start attaching a quilt, you know, putting the blocks together, and you're using your design board, they tend to get heavy. And I'll use the long ones to hold up a quilt on the design board, but not the short ones. The short ones they're not meant to hold all that weight.
No.
Just get weighty when you start putting them together. Ooh.
Mom.
I am about to have something to show you.
What is wrong with this?
Donnell is saying for heavy duty pinning, she uses a stronger yellow head pins that she inherited from her grandma. Sylvia says the flower head pins used to be good years ago. I used glass head small pins. And Math Geek, the long ones are really secure for rows. Is that the long magic pins? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, sounds like it. Okay, I'm going to use.
All right, Katie, I got all 4 of my blocks made.
Wow, you see.
And so they're all, I know, it's the chain piecing, right? And so the way I did this is per the color challenge card, which I am holding up on my downward facing.
Are you hang on?
Yeah, use the downward facing one. That'll probably be
There we
the
go.
best. So what I did is I picked 4 prints and I had it such that the color that was matching each other across was also the outside print. And then I made 4 different blocks. So I rotated the center so it would match the outside always. And then the blueprint was never one of the 3 in the middle. And so these are the 4 blocks that I made. So let me see if I can get them centered on the camera. Okay, so this is the first one. So here's kind of the orange with the orange outside, and then the green that's not one of the 3. So block 1, block 2, block 3, and block 4. And so they're all different, right? And it's so this is kind of a, you know, like look at this block here. It's so different. Like you would never have guessed that it's from the same fabrics that the other ones are from. But this is, I mean, it's kind of a fun little mystery quilt challenge in that it's 4 of the same fabrics. They all follow the same basic design principles, but they all look very different. Like compare that one to this one here, right? Where it definitely has like those whites are in a different place and it breaks it up, as opposed to this block here, which is very predominantly white and has kind of this zigzag that goes through it. So I was literally just playing. I took my stitch it and I kind of came up with some rules and sewed them together. So I think, Katie, my next step, you can unpin me, is just I'm gonna put these 4 together and I'm gonna have a 24 by 24 inch block that I'll finish into something, probably a wall hanging. But yeah,
That's
so I
beautiful. That's
think my next
really
question.
exceptional.
Yeah, so now I need to play. So, and if you're looking at the top camera again, like how do I want to lay these out? Now I need a design wall. I got 5 minutes. I need a design wall. Let me see here. How do I want to do this, right? So if I put these 2 side by side, then this orange color will carry through. And, you know, I've got kind of these kind of polar, these squares are kind of polar opposite each other, the points on my diamonds there. And then you can see like these lines, I got 3 going up and down and 3 going left and right. So this is part of the reason why we give the coloring on the back as well. So you can play with it and rotate the blocks, and even rotating them like this way will give a different effect. Yeah, okay. All right,
It's
that's all,
beautiful.
Katie.
I like that colorway. Now I have a reason to buy that one. I kept
Yes.
looking at it and I kept hawing around about it and hadn't done it, but now I see it on something. It's gorgeous.
Well, and we definitely have these in the shop. So I would pop over
Yeah, you do.
and see, but like see here, so I've got like 3 stripes going. Let me see if I can get it more under the camera. So I've got 3 going this way and 3 going this way with these kind of half square triangles. But then if I rotate it, it's now different.
Yep.
Oh, this is crazy for a little mini.
Yep. But it's going to be fun sewing it together.
I know.
So bright and cheery.
Definitely bright
Yeah.
and cheery.
Definitely not my normal fabrics for sure. I'm not a big 30s reproduction person, but this is definitely, it's been, and like guys, it's only been an hour. Like I had it cut when I sat and sewed, so I do kind of
I finished my block also.
Oh, let's see it.
Oh, where is this at? Here's mine.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's very pretty.
Woohoo!
Good job.
That's awesome, Katie.
Thank you. This
Mhm.
fabric is pretty.
It's so much fun too.
Yeah, I'll get the other block that I told you I made that same fabric out of. It was from one of the color challenges last year, and some people thought it was too busy, but I didn't think it was busy at all. If I can find it. That's good. Nora got quiet. Well, if I was going to show you.
Nope. Done.
Oh, it must be in the sewing room in another container. Oh, well. Anyhow, it's all right. Let me, there we go. How's it going with you, Tammy, on your Tree of Life?
Oh, it's going good. I've got block 1A done. I've got both of them done.
Good. Good, good.
They are looking like that. And then I'm working on 1B right now.
Well, here's a comment for Kim. This is from Laura I'm hoping I'm saying her last name correctly. She says, I'm coming to you from Gilbert, Arizona. I got so super excited about the whole puzzle mystery quilt that I ordered 3 with all the options. My grandma taught me, so she would have loved this. And then Donnell says, in regards to the Tree of Life PMQ Facebook group, do we have to wait until we something out clue 1 to get the link for the
Do we have
I
to what
joined-
now?
I don't know, the rest of her sentence doesn't make sense.
Well, so we can go back to
I-
Gilbert. So I know where Gilbert, Arizona is because I grew up in Prescott. So hello. Yeah, I learned how to sew in Prescott. So hello, Arizona fan.
I think
Are
what
you
Donnell is
asking,
asking
do you,
if she's got to wait until she gets her clue to join the Facebook group.
No, you can join the
No.
Facebook group at any time.
yeah.
There's people, it is a lot of PMQ. I get it. We're at a phase where it's a lot of PMQ right now, but people post boxes, people post projects they make. We also do a lot of funny memes. We ask you to kind of show what you're sharing, show what you're sewing. We're going to start doing that again. So it'll be a lot of just kind of fun people that like to quilt and sew in a fun environment. So it's definitely not just PMQ. You can join at any time, even if you're not a member. We give stuff away to people in that group all the time. You don't have to purchase from us. It's just a fun place to gather, a safe community.
Donnell, that second link, the one I actually posted myself, that is to the Facebook group for you to join. We also, there's actually 2 groups for the puzzle mystery. There's the Cotton Cuts one, which I just shared. And if you're feeling energetic, there's the one called Mystery Quilters. And let me get the link for that one. That one was started by Sheila Christensen, right, Kim?
Yes. So the Mystery Quilters group is Sheila's group. So Sheila is the designer of our mystery quilts. She has been designing them for over 10 years now. And so that was the group she started. There's a lot of people from New Zealand and Australia in that group. So it's definitely more international than the Cotton Cuts group, but you can join in both places and talk about the project. People post in both places. Sometimes people just post in Mystery Quilters because it's just mystery quilt stuff. In Cotton Cuts, it's definitely more and bigger than that.
Yeah, yeah. But you'll probably see more announcements and things in the Cotton Cut fabric group over what you might see in the Mystery Quilters group, especially when it relates to first timers are allowed to come to the first Zoom, right? Kim? Okay, so I'm going to make a comment about that. So every 3rd Thursday, Cotton Cuts sponsors a free Zoom for all PMQ detectives. That's every 3rd Thursday of the month. What did I say? Something else, Diane? Sorry. Then on the 10th month, on that 10th month of the Friday, I think it's the last Friday of the month, they will do a reveal, and then the Saturday following that Friday, they'll have an all-day sew affair. And we'll all sit and sew together to put our PMQs together. And I can tell you, if you attend the all-day affair for sewing all your clues together, you'll get your quilt put together because it's very motivational. And I had a good time because that's how I got my piazza all put together, except for that last border on it, but everything else was finished, and you feel so good when you do that. Laura says, we are full-time caregivers to my 85-year-old father, and we don't get much time to ourselves, but when we do, we go to Prescott.
Oh, yay. World's oldest rodeo, Prescott, Arizona, baby.
Janice says, I'm not on Facebook, but I'm excited to start Clue 1 of Autumn Shades PMQ starting today. She'd get an email though about the Zoom, right? If she's
What
not
was that? What was that, Katie?
Janice is not on Facebook. So if you're a PMQ detective, how would you get the link for the Zoom that's the third Thursday of the month?
We email it out. So we're about to, everyone that signed up for Tree of Life is about to get the welcome email that has the Zoom link and the calendar invitation and all that stuff and how to sign up for it. So
okay,
it's coming.
Okay.
It's coming. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I forgot there is some people that don't do, they do Instagram, but they don't do Facebook. And Donnell says she just signed up to both groups. Thank you, Donnell. Welcome, welcome. You got anything to show us yet, Mona?
No, I'm just fudging up my mistakes.
Okay.
I mean, it's quilted, but I noticed that I didn't, one of these side seams, there was a little fabric that didn't get done. So instead of taking all that quilting out and redoing it, I just folded it right sides together and stitched over far enough to catch that, and then flipped it back and then top stitch. So it looks like it was supposed to be that way.
Oh, hey, nobody will probably even notice.
Nope. I don't mind seam ripping if it's something important, you know, that it's gonna, but just for a tote bag, no.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be sold or anything. I'm just gonna give it away, so, and they'll never know.
All
But
right, Katie,
to
I got
both.
it. It's all done. I got my top completely done. So this is the mini.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
That is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Hang on, let me pin you.
Okay, so what I decided to do is I took, since I have those, 4 different prints, is I centered the half square so they're different from each other, and the blues are opposite from the orange and the green. And it's crazy. It's quirky.
It looks wonderful.
It's kind of got it has a pattern to it, but it also doesn't, it's good.
It looks great. I think it looks super.
Yeah, that's for my project. So that was the color challenge block of the month. I used Stitch It. Everything was pre-cut. An hour later, I have a little mini quilt. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll figure something out.
Can you lend the rest of that hour?
Or a pillow.
Help my projects?
What's that? Yeah. Well, I mean, I could also just, use the same fabrics next month, right?
Yeah.
And then the month after. And
yeah.
Who knows? So there we go. That's what I did. All right,
So
Katie, I do have to bounce off. I've got the next kids sporting event starting soon. I think they have actually, they already left.
Thank you for coming.
No problem, Katie. It has been a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for including me.
Yeah.
And everyone, enjoy the rest of your sewing. Welcome, Mona and Tammy, to the PMQ craziness that exists around here. I appreciate it.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you as well.
All right, guys, I'm going to try and figure out how to disconnect all this technology. So everyone have the rest of your, have fun. Katie, if there's any questions that pop up, just, you know how to get a hold of me. Always happy to help.
Yep. And thank you for coming and sewing with me. I appreciate it.
No problem. My pleasure.
Tell your boys I said hi, and I hope they win whatever they're competing to do. Sure. Okay. Terry, I just shared the link for the Stitch It. That's where you go. And then also right now there is some Stitch It's up there, but on the 15th of February, she'll be adding some new ones also. So yeah. Wish Kim would sew with us on a Thursday. You know what? We're gonna have to just bug her about that, Diane. Get her to join us. That is actually a great idea. Okay, so do you, Mona, or Tammy want to show anything before I start the next part of this? So,
No.
I've still got another one seam to sew here in just a minute.
okay. So
And that's
as
all I've
most of
got.
you, okay. All right, good. Well, you know what I mean. All right. The next thing that we are going to do is, remember I told you that we were going to put the binding on the quilt with no name, but I want to talk to you guys a little bit about the quilt with no name. I posted polls on both my community tab and on my Facebook group. Only 10 people voted. I was hoping that all 50 of you who looked at it would vote on one of them. Either I mention 3 names and we'll see which one gets the most hearts tonight, and someone's going to have to help me count them, or I give it another week and we give it a name. But see, if I give it another week, I will be gone and I'll be in Copenhagen. And I can do a live in Copenhagen since I'm going to be there anyway. I can do it in the hotel. But I want to see what your input is. Do you want to make a name? Do you want to choose a name and I just give you 3 names and we count the hearts for each one? Or do you just want me to tell you what I think it should be called? What is your input on this? What, because I can tell you 3 names, or I can just tell you one I think would be cool. What say you?
I will say whatever you
And
are
I'll show you
thinking
the
would be
quilt again.
cool. We definitely need to know.
It needs a name because it doesn't have a name right now. Because I didn't know what I wanted to name it. But somebody came up with a really funny name the other day that could fit for this. This is for those that wanted a reminder what it looked like. And Diane, I had to trim off a little more than I thought. But it's okay. So we could call this Cool to Be Square. How many of you like that name?
That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's pretty.
How many of you like the name Cool to Be Square?
That's a cute name. Laura says, "What is in your heart, Katie?" Andrea says, "You choose." Carrie says, "I love it." So Terry says, "Yes."
See, now Donnell wants to call it Floating Tetris because it does look like Tetris also.
It does.
So here's the other name, Floating Tetris. So,
That's not a bad name for it.
no,
But can you say it 5 times fast?
Laura says, how about Hip to Be Square? Yeah, that's a good catchy. Yeah, that's a good catchy name too. Yeah,
That
I like
is.
that too. Hip to Be Square or Floating Tetris. So okay, starting now, give me hearts for those of you who like Hip to Be Square. I don't know how many people are in here.
I can look.
There is nice.
Oh, Diane says give all the options first. So option 1, hang on, let me write them down so I don't get confused. I'll write the options down, that way we can have a discussion about it. So option 1 is Hip to Be Square.
We've got 36 people watching.
Option 2 is, what did she call it again? Something Tetris.
Floating Tetris.
Floating Tetris. And then I'm gonna put a third one on here. Hang on a second. I'm gonna go back to the Facebook group.
Didn't finish quilting this. Gosh darn it.
Facebook group, where are you? One of them, let me see here. And for option 3, because I'm only going to do 3 options for this. Hang on. Y'all bear with me here. I had to go back to the, uh-oh, where'd it go? Hopscotch Fun is the 3rd one.
Hopscotch what?
Hopscotch Fun.
Hopscotch fun? Okay.
Yep. Okay, so let me come back in here and we'll talk about this. So,
All right.
here are the 3 options. Option 1 is hip to be square. Option 2, floating Tetris. And option 3, hopscotch fun. So, let's see how many. So for
So, Terry-
option 1, wait, y'all stop. Wait,
Sure.
wait, please.
Am I out of bobbin thread?
Okay. So we have 2 for floating Tetris. Yeah, all right. Here's what you can do. You can either give me the name of the one you like, or you can say option 1, 2, and 3. So option 1 is hip to be square. Option 2 is floating Tetris. Option 3 is hopscotch fun. So let's start out. How many like hip to be square?
Well, we've got 2 hearts in there, but I don't know which one they're for. Joy T just
We're
put a
starting
heart
with,
in.
we'll start with Joy, because I had
Okay.
asked him to stop. So we got hip to be square 1 so far. Anyone else like the hip to be square?
A couple
Floating
people
Tetris,
putting
2.
floating Tetris in
Yep.
there.
Yeah. Chloe
Chloe
says
likes
1.
hip to be square. Yep.
Yep.
Laura says
Laura
hip to be
Stuck says
square.
hip to be square.
And Carrie has said floating
Option 2.
Tetris.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beverly,
likes
option
hip to be-
1.
Yep.
Come on, you guys. I know there's several of you watching.
Another vote for hip to be
Deb says
square.
hip to be square. Joyce. Oh, yep. Okay. So one of these has got to go. All right. Anyone else? Come on. There's got to be more than just you guys. There's 30 people on this channel. Linda says option 2. Lori says option 2. And Yo Patty G says option 2. Okay. Keep going. I need more. Laura Sup says, shoot, my autocorrect is correct. Hip to be square. Okay. So Terry says option 2. Diane, what's your option? Ah, she's abstaining. Aw. Must have liked a different name besides the 3 I mentioned. Vintage Style says option 2. Andrea says option 1.
Sheila said option 2.
Sheila says option 2. Anyone else? There's 6 to 9 right now. 6 for hip to be square and 9 for floating Tetris. Anyone else? I know we have more people on the channel watching. By the way, did you all hit the like before coming on? I love Katie. Aw, thank you, Laura. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. No one else wants to vote. Pat says, just joined in. What were the options? Option 1 is hip to be square. Option 2 is floating Tetris. And option 3 is hopscotch fun. Mhm. I already got your vote, Joy. Pat, you want to vote? I didn't ask for a vote from you, you know. No one asked you. You don't get the vote. Yes, I showed them. This is what we're voting on as a name for this quilt pack. Yeah, Nora's probably begging for food. You're right. Laura says, I really don't care what the vote is. I love hip to be square. the the pattern's made by me. But they're just oh, she says Tetris too. Dale says Tetris.
Katie, I have to go. Sorry.
It's okay. Do you want to show your work before you leave?
Nah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, let's do this again soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. All right.
I won't be able to
Right
hang
now.
out too much longer. I don't know why my camera is not focusing either.
Are you talking about the one that's focusing on you sitting behind the machine?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's
Probably not enough light. Did you have backlight behind you?
well, no, it's not the light. I swapped over to other screens and it was working fine. But I did get this done, so
All right, let me
I can.
pin you so people can see it.
Okay. All right, so I apologize for the focus not working
Oh, it looks
today.
great. Look at you.
So that's 1A. And this is 1B.
It looks outstanding. Don't forget to post the pictures over on the Cotton Cuts Facebook fabric group,
I will. I've got my flat
along with your
Nancy.
flat Nancy in the middle of that
Yep.
picture. Because
Yep.
you could win something.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it posted up. The friend that I'm doing this with, I told her I would wait to do mine until she's had a chance to do hers because she messaged me and told me, "Thank you, Donnell. Thank you, Beverly." I told her that she could go ahead and get hers done beforehand, and if she had any problems, I would, still have my clue available to help her.
Yeah.
But she went ahead and got hers put together because she was way too excited to wait. So, so she gave me permission to work on my clue. My colorway is chestnut. That's the colorway my husband chose. So it's got a lot of browns and grays, and it's got a little bit of beige in it. I know, I'm so sorry that the camera's not focusing, so I do apologize. Katie, I am going to be live tomorrow. In case anybody on my channel is here watching, I am going to be live tomorrow, and I am at 45 subscribers now. So when I hit 50, I am going to do a giveaway. So I am going to do that on Tuesday on my normal live if I have 50 subscribers by Tuesday. So I will have that going on this week as well. So it's going to be exciting.
You can hang around and sew with us a longer if you like.
I don't know why my camera's not cooperating. And I've actually got to get stuff prepped for tomorrow So people have asked, I showed on Tuesday, I showed my tree skirt or table topper that I completed that was a Quiltworks. And so I gave everybody the opportunity to vote on what I would be working. Oh, thank you, Beverly. I appreciate it. And yeah, I think chestnut is going to look gorgeous. It's not one I would have chosen, but my husband chose it for me, so we're gonna work with that. He is the decorator in the house, so if that's what he wants, that's what he's gonna get. But so everybody chose for me to work on my Quiltworks pattern that I'm trying to get done before State Fair this year. I want to get the quilt pieced and quilted in enough time to enter in the State Fair. So there will be a lot more, show and tell coming up towards that. But I haven't even started it yet. I've got stuff pulled out, but I haven't gotten everything prepped. And of course, I'm not going to give away the pattern cutting instructions or anything like that. But they haven't even seen what Quiltworks pattern I'm working on. I did give a hint in one of my little updates. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Hi, Joyce. And hello. Joyce walked in just now. So did someone else.
It was vintage style by Joe. Just
Hi,
said she
Joe.
subscribed.
And then Joe and Beverly subscribed to your channel.
Yep. So I probably will hit 50 before Tuesday. I would fully expect that. Thank you, Joy Team. I appreciate it. So, but on so tomorrow during the big game, because we're not allowed to say the official words, during the big game, I will be doing a live.
Who's
and
not
I will
allowed?
probably.
Are you talking about SBs not allowed to be used?
Correct. You're not supposed to use the words because if you get any promotional or advertising or whatever off of it, they can come after you. I learned that a long, long, long time ago. So any big events or whatever, I don't say those
Wow.
words.
That, talk about censorship.
Yeah. So it is Big Game So Day is what my live for tomorrow is. And so I'm gonna have.
I was aware of if you substituted bad words for different, like analogy letters or whatever. I was aware of that because you have to say that you've done that because it might affect your monetization. Like I used the word DAMN the other day.
Ooh, yeah.
And their little bot caught it. So I got a message. Please go redo your blah blah. And I did, and it didn't hurt my monetization at all. It's just I didn't realize I even said the word.
I've gotten there's comments in the chat. I am now at 52 according to what people are telling me. So there will be a giveaway on Tuesday.
Oh, congratulations.
And I will explain a little bit more probably on Tuesday. It was going to be a gift card to a local quilt shop here in Wyoming that has a web presence to help support local Wyoming business. However, I did not have the experience I was hoping for, so I'm not going to send anyone to that shop because my experience wasn't good. I'm not going to send anybody else to not have a awesome experience. So I am working on what the giveaway will be. It was going to be that gift card, but it won't be. It will be at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, Lori, which comes out to be 7 p.m. Eastern or 4 p.m. Pacific. Vintage Style by Joe said, now if you say the word COVID under the channel name, they add a health link. Oops, I said it. Oops, my bad. Yeah,
I'm not shy away from using COVID or the pandemic because it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, so tomorrow will be, I will go live at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 30 minutes before kickoff for the game. And I'm not planning to watch the game at all. I have no interest in watching the game. So I figured I'd give everybody a place to come sew with me.
I wish I could watch the halftime show because I'd watch Usher sing. I think it'll be fun.
Well, thanks. Awesome, Lori. Yep, 6 p.m. Central. So I love it. Laura said she is number 15 on my subscriber list. Don't know why I remember, but that's awesome. So Laura, you're forever going to be number
Oh, thank you
15.
for coming.
I appreciate everybody that, that was joining you here on this live. So I appreciate all the friends of mine that have come over to come join as well. So I appreciate it. But yeah, I will be live during the game tomorrow, probably with a lot more energy and more caffeine in me. And then I will be live again on Tuesday night. So yeah. So I will have a new project pulled out. It's actually over here in this corner, but the only good thing about my camera being blurry is that you guys can't get a peek and see it in advance. So it is tucked away, but I've got to get back to prepping that too. Oh, thanks, Deb. I appreciate it. So yeah, just, check out, make sure you got your notifications turned on to come join me. Katie, I will be doing some Zooms probably this summer or this fall. So I'd love to have you come join me on my channel too.
Okay, no problem.
I'm sleepy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what time is it now? We've been live 1.5 hours. Okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Nope, but I got to get on with this. So I need to do the binding. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know exactly how I'm going to show you guys how I did this exactly. So what I did is I put one strip that's facing up, going away from me, and then the other strip is laying down, face down, and I joined it corner to corner, and then I drew a line, and I've sewed a line, and then when you fold it back, you have this, which, because of the color, you're going to have a hard time seeing. So I'll show you the back of it. This is before I trim it off. See that diagonal line. So I'll be sewing all of my strips together that way to start with, and then I'll press it and trim it, and then continue on, because I have 8 cut, but I'm going to start with 7, and then we'll see if all of it will go around the quilt. If it does, I won't have to add number 7. Teresa says my battery's dying. Have a good one. Laura says I'll probably have to watch the Super Bowl, but I will be listening to my friends. And Deb says she just subscribed to your channel. So there, you got another new one.
Yep. So then I'm gonna have to set my next subscriber goal and see what I'm gonna do for my giveaway for that.
Oh, you'll come up with something.
Oh yeah, there's lots of items that I could do.
I'm waiting on my watch hours to hit 10,000, and when I hit 10,000, and y'all should spread the word. If you guys get my watch hours to 10,000, I have a full, and you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I have a full Fat Quarter Shop kit from a previous Make-A-Wish sew. It will be the entire kit. I'll give away if I can get to 10,000 watch hours.
Oh, I wish I could do the current Make-A-Wish one. I like the colors in it.
Yeah, I signed up for the current one because I want to do that one, but I'm waiting to see when they actually want you to pay for it if you can. I'm a little strapped trying to keep my son off the streets, and I'm losing fast.
I understand. I actually may have a baby quilt coming up in the next few months to do, and
Okay,
I don't know where I'm going to come up with it from.
well, this one's definitely small enough to be a baby size quilt.
Oh, it's cute. It's
Or a
definitely
little
cute.
lap quilt. I usually
Yeah.
don't make them this small, but using 45 charm squares has been a lot of fun. And I have a lot of fun making this little quilt. Thanks for joining Katie today, Tammy. Thank you, Diane, for helping.
So
Diane
Cassandra is Diane.
another new
Okay.
person. So the Diane, she is one of an avid PMQ detective. She's been
Okay.
doing some for a while now too.
Awesome.
There's several of us that's made friends over the years because of that. Isn't that right,
That's-
Diane?
Bye, Joy T. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, yeah, Katie, I'm gonna go ahead and log out and go get this stuff ready. I've got a party I've got to be at tonight as well, so I've got to be a little bit functional by then. So
Okay. Well, thank you for joining me, and have a
thank you
nice
for
night.
helping me.
Have a good
You,
weekend.
you too. Thanks.
All righty.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. What did you guys think about Tim sewing with us tonight? Did y'all enjoy that? Tell me what y'all are working on. Or I don't know, tell me something. Let's, what would y'all like to talk about? Andrew says, yes, nice to put a face to a name. It's nice to see her out of the office. I agree with you. I was so happy that she said yes. I didn't know if she would have the time to sew or not. Making meatloaf right now, Lori says. Yum. So you guys, I have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday left before I leave Greenland. I'll fly out Thursday morning to Copenhagen, and I'll be in Copenhagen for 4 days. Andrea says she just finished up in the kitchen and I'm pooped. She says she's pooped. So I'm marking my diagonal lines on this binding and then sewing the lines. And then when I get that done, I will trim off the excess, and then I'll go ahead and take my iron and press them in half. And then I hope y'all will stick around and watch me bind the quilt. Let's see, Donnell says, after this, I'm going to work on the pineapple quilt as it needs. Do you want to come join on the sew, Donnell? And if you want. Uh-oh, I need to pin this other side so this doesn't move. Joyce says, is the medallion behind you? Yes, the mandala is crocheted. I crocheted it. It has 32 colors in it. It's from the year-long Mandala Madness crochet along. I used number 3 cotton pearl yarn by DMC, Red Heart, and Lily. So that's how I ended up with 32 colors. Most of it, about 80% of it is DMC. It was my second year-long crochet along I participated in. The first one I participated in was Sophie's Universe. That's how I came about coming into YouTube is, you know, because I wasn't watching YouTube until, I didn't watch my first YouTube stuff until, I want to say 2017. And it was because someone had mentioned that they were doing videos for the Sophie's Universe. And then I stumbled on to Yvette's channel just as a fluke. And that's how I found out that there was a quilting industry. Did you pick a name yet? It looks like the name is going to end up being Floating Tetris because that one had the highest votes. So what do y'all think? Are all of you happy with that name? Joy, have you had any ads? I meant to ask you earlier and I just kind of forgot to ask. Have you had any ads tonight? Donnell says, yay. Laura says, I know how to crochet before I could write my name. My grandma taught me and my cousin when we were 5 to 8. My paternal aunt taught me when I was 11. That's how I got started in crocheting. I just didn't have all these fancy skills that I learned until I started doing the Sophie's Universe and the Mandala Madness one. So I learned a lot of skills from those two crochet alongs. You know what? That's not getting you anywhere, Nora. Donnell says, I cannot come tonight because I'm hurting a lot, so I'm sewing intermittently. Oh, okay. Your ribs bothering you tonight? Hi, Denise. How are you? My husband and oldest son is going to be helping me hold the weight of the pineapple quilt so that I can get it done, and they don't want to be on the cameras. Oh, okay. It's all good. Andrew says, Donnell still did not get a nap, but hopefully I will be tired enough to sleep in spite of my pain. Did you hurt yourself too, Andrea? Okay, this is the last one I have to sew. And then I'll be able to trim them up and press them. Hi, Sean. Want to come sew with me, Sean? What about Janice? You want to come sew with me? Wow, Nora, what got into you? Nora's under the desk running around like a maniac. That's the dog, in case you didn't know who I was talking about. All right, now I'm going to press the seams first so I can trim them. And I'm just going to use a pair of scissors to trim them off. And then I will press them. Uh-oh. That's not good. Then I'm going to press it in half so I can get ready to put it on the quilt. I want to another live after yours, Donnell, and won a huge. I went to another live after yours, Donnell, and won a huge fabric bundle. Oh, that's so cool. Lucky you. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing or not, but maybe you can. So right now I'm pressing my binding, and then I'm gonna come back and trim all the excess off of it. Sean, how was your day? Okay, now then, I'll show you what I'm going to trim off, so you'll see what I'm doing. Okay. So as you can see, when I sewed these together, I have this excess right here. So I'm going to trim it off because I don't want anything to bulk this up. And I'm just going to use scissors instead of a rotary cutter. Has anyone started a new project this week? Yeah, Sean, your live this morning was wonderful. Janice, what PMQ are you doing again? Hey, Janice, have you received your PMQ? see if I missed anything. It was good, Katie. Amanda and I took the boys for an outing and dinner. Loading to the my sewing machine is being used right now. Ooh. Lorenzo is working on his nose so I can't sew right now. Donnell says, Sean, I know Lorenzo is from Italy. What is your other son's name as well, where he's from? The other one's from the Czech Republic, but I can't remember the name. The only reason I remember he's from the Czech Republic is because that's where Coda's from. I bought Coda from a breeder in the Czech Republic. Denise, I'm sorry, Katie. Only in a position to listen today. Okay. Okay, we're getting closer to getting this ready for pressing in half. So anyone who's never made a binding, I'll show you what's going to happen next after this. So my binding is 2.5 inches wide. And I have sewn all the seams at a diagonal. Wait, let me turn around so you can see the diagonal. And that's to keep you from having all the bulk in just one spot. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my iron and I am going to press this or fold it is what's going to happen. I'll fold it in half with the right sides facing out and the wrong sides going into each other. So here I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I'm folding it in half like this. And then I'm going to take the iron and I'm going to press all the way to the other end so that all this has been pressed nice and neatly. Okay, let me see if I missed anything before I start pressing. Andrea said it had been a good day. I am getting Donnell's old sewing machine, so I will have all kinds of fabric to use with. Oh, that's cool, Andrea. Dale says, thanks, Katie. I have to go now. I will finish watching later. Hi, Frank. What's up? How's Florida? He says, hey, all hanging in the background, making food. Laura, I'd fall in a hole if I tried that. Glad you enjoyed it. Donnell says, I'll talk about it more tomorrow, but he is doing amazingly well. Janice says, I'm doing the Tree of Life Small Autumn Shade. It came yesterday. Yay for Janice. Janice says, I'm sewing clue 1 now, and I have to bring out Jack. Uh-oh. Laura says, it was very informative, entertaining. Hi from North Ireland. Hi, Mary. Nice to meet someone from this side of the pond. Laura says, Sean, I catch your lives in the winter. I live in Arizona, and I usually walk in the morning beginning at 6 a.m. It's perfect. Okay, I'm going to go press these. Sorry, it's so quiet, you guys. If Nora could talk, I'd put her in the chair and let her entertain y'all. Nora, I don't know what you're up to, but not to go over there. Ooh, this is hot. Hot, hot, hot. Laura says, I do watch the replay when I don't catch the live. I'm not talented enough to text and walk at the same time. I'm old. I don't watch lives on my phone. I have enough trouble with my eyes. My eye seems better today. It's not as inflamed as it was yesterday. I'm getting closer to the end, you guys. I'll be done with pressing here directly. Ooh, this line is really long. Donnell says, I feel you there. I'm not coordinated enough to walk and watch. I think it's scary when you see people driving and looking at their phones. Lord, get off the binding. I think the next time I bind the quilt, I'm not gonna, I'll make sure I get it pre-made so I can just go ahead and sew it on and not take so much time pressing while not talking to you guys. Because I think this makes the live a little harder. And I don't want to lose viewers because it's too quiet in here. How many of you are experts at binding? And how many of you like doing binding? Hi, Robin. You know what weed grows here in the Arctic? And I think the reason it grows here is because this particular weed grows wherever humans live. It's the dandelion. When spring gets here and all the snow is melted, you'll see the plant might be a couple inches above the ground. And then you walk by it the next day and there's a flower open on it. And it always amazes me how fast things flower from having 20 hours of daylight to spawn it. I think I might have too much binding. But it's okay. Rather have too much than not enough. Diane says she loves a good binding project. Andrea says, I don't mind binding. Joe says, good night, everyone. Got to pick up pizza. Have a nice night and thank you for coming. Diane says, regularly binding for one of my guild charity projects. That's cool, Diane. Laura, expert? No. I do my best, and that has to be good enough. Joyce says, we just had rain, no snow here either. My yard is full of weeds with little grass, with a little bit of grass. Frank says, chicken on the grill, taters and onions in the pan. Yum. Beverly says, night, Joe. Enjoy your pizza. Robin says, Katie, that's what I'm pulling out in my yard. The reason dandelions grow where they do is because I don't know if you know this, but if you were to go way out where nature is, which we can walk around the lake, there are no dandelions around the lake. Dandelions are where soil is not in balance. And once the balance is made, which is what the dandelions do, then usually you'll see dandelions will eventually disappear. So dandelions are caused by humans. All right, now then, let's start putting this binding on here. I'm going to sew it to the back, and then I'm going to pull it to the front and sew it with my machine. Now, I don't think I'm going to get that done tonight, but at least I can get the back on it, or it on the back of it anyway, because I have been on here for, let me see how long I've been online. I may have already exceeded 2 hours. Yep, I've been on for 2 hours. I mean, there's not a limit of how long I can be on here, not that I know of, but I don't want to exhaust everybody by keeping you forever. Gotta remember which way I want to start this. I feel like I'm going to be sewing in the wrong direction. Lori says she just signed up for the Tree of Life Mystery. Congratulations, Lori. This is teasing me. Now, what colorway did you choose, Lori? Steam water. I would not steam it for the same reason. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, don't starch it. If you do, you're going to have a wonky quilt. Too many biases. Oh, come on. This is not going the way I want it to go. For some reason, I don't want to cooperate, probably because I'm overthinking it. Denise says, I'll be watching the replay to see what I missed during the Super Bowl. Okay. I am sewing this in the wrong direction. It's been a while since I've done any binding, as you can see. Can't remember which way to start from. And I haven't done much binding on top of it. So I'm very much a newbie when it comes to this. Not to mention, I am very angle challenged on top of it. Okay, let's see if we can get the seam started. Let's see. I wish I chose the large one. This is my first time also, but seeing the large blue done, I'll get that the next time. Where it says, I'm kind of drawn to Judy's fabric because I do like the repos. And Denise says, I don't watch Super Bowl. It is what I meant to say. Oh, okay. I can't see the Super Bowl from over here anyway. The only part of the Super Bowl I ever liked watching was the halftime show. I bet this could use the walking foot. You know what? Do you guys use the walking foot when you're doing your binding? See, Diane knew I was having trouble with which direction too. My LQS is doing a mystery quilt also starting March 15th. I bought my bag, but it's not pre-cut fabrics. Would it be better? Yeah, I was just asking that question. Let me get the walking foot out. Because this is not moving very good. The only thing is this doesn't have a 1/4 inch foot on it. Uh-oh. I'm not putting this on here right. Sorry, you guys, I'm having difficulties here. Well, looks like it's not gonna let me put the foot on it this time. I give up. This is not cool. It don't want to go on. I can't get it on. Hi, Melissa. Sorry, you guys. That took a while. Sorry about that. All right, let's try again. Hi, Brandy. Y'all thanks. Stay calm, you'll get it. But what if they were chasing hexes? Did you write a note to remember how? No. Craig says, deep breath. Diane says, you almost had it. Practice makes better. Yep, I need to practice with this, that's for sure. Okay, it's on. So now what I'm wondering is if I set my needle to the right, will it tag the side of this foot? Doesn't look like it, but we'll try it and see. All right, because this will be the first time using the walking foot for binding. Part of the problem is because I don't have any space. But these seams will probably look better now that I've done that. All right, let's try again. It's called learning. Everything is hard until you learn it, then it's easy. Very true. Marie says it's a learning curve. You got this. It's all good. You have all been there. Okay. Now I'll try to calm down a little bit. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, it's like squished in here and I don't have no space. Since this has happened, you know something? When we get back from our trip, I'm seriously thinking that we need to modify my cutting table so that I can buy another desk to put in front of this one. And then I can use it for quilting, running the quilt across the top of it. I always wonder how people quilt when they're facing a wall, because that would just burn me out. Now I remember how to do this. All right, I need to mark a 1/4 inch mark. I'll do that with a straight pin. Okay, now I got that one side partial done. Now we're going to turn the quilt around. And let me see if I can, I don't know how it's going to look because you'll be coming from a different angle what you see me do. Okay. Now I need to So what I did is I come up to where I think the 1/4 inch mark is going to be, and then I veered it off at an angle. So now I'm going to pull the binding up into like a, I guess it's a 45 or 90-degree angle, something like that. Can you see this? I don't know if you all can see this or not. I'm binding, Brandy. Joyce says turn it manually to see if it worked. I did. It looks like I'm behind here. Okay. So now I turned it in this direction. And a lot of times I like to stick a pin just temporary there so it doesn't move while I do the rest of this. So I'm just going to gently, just put a little pin there for a minute. Then turn it back toward me and line it up with that edge of the quilt. I'm going to stick another pin in here so it doesn't move. Okay, now I've got it where I want it. Put it back under here. Stick it back under here. Pull the pin out. Don't forget to do that. The steam Morse fabric really ravels a lot. Oh, did I miss something? I had to put doors on my bed to baste my last quilt. Show you soon. Okay, Frank. Yeah, because I didn't even have a big table to baste on because everything's gotten moved around to compensate for a place for me to sew. I normally use my cutting table because it's wide enough and long enough to do it. I may not be able to do like a king size on it, but I definitely can do a small size one on it. So we're getting closer to the end of this side, but the seams do look better. Okay, we're trudging along here, you guys. Thank you for sticking with me. Once I get this part on, it won't be as hard to me because, you know, it's always a little challenging to get started. Uh-oh. There's going to be a seam on the corner. Just trying to avoid that. Okay, now I gotta stick a pin in here again so I know where that 1/4 inch mark is. I'm just gonna, and it's right on that seam, man. That's not cool. But it's okay. It's all good. We're gonna go with the flow. Even if it annoys me a little bit. All right. Back stitch. Forward stitch. All right, now I'm gonna turn it at an angle and come off the side. All right, now we got that part done. Now to the next side. Thank you, Robin. Okay. All right. Put the quilt over here. See if I can't take some of the weight off of here. All right, now then, we got to come back up here again. Put it at that angle again that we need to have, so that when I fold it back, it'll be mitered, as they call it. I'm going to stick a pin in here. One that's not bent anyway. Okay. Then we're going to fold it forward again. Line it up with the edge like it's supposed to be. And then I'm going to pin it like, I could use clips. I didn't even think about using clips. Clips are probably better for this kind of thing. But anyway, I'm just going to stick a pin there. And then I'm going to put it back underneath the needle first, so that I can get this needle started a couple stitches before I remove that one needle that you can't see. It's hiding up underneath it. Okay, so I've got it in there. Wait, might not be able to get, I'm gonna have to take the needle out, looks like. It's right in the way. All right, let's put it back under there. Try again. Put it in, and then I'm going to sew it forward a couple stitches, come back and back stitch it. And then go forward again. And then we'll thread along with this side. If I can get some of this weight. Let's try that. Thank you guys. Love the circle behind. That's the mandala. I bet you told, yeah, it's called Arctic Lights. It's from the Mandolin Madness Crochet Along. It has 32 colors in it. And I have lots of rattling on this binding. Diane, you're still around, right? Did I make what, Brandy? Thank you, Lori. Frank says you got to do what you got to do. I love the circle one. Yeah, okay, I read that already. Oh, Brandy, yes, I made the mandala. It took a year to make it. A whole year of crocheting. The bigger it got, the longer the rows took. But mine's not near as massive as people, because I used number 3 cotton DMC and Red Heart and Lily. And a lot of people used worsted yarn instead. And so theirs is massive compared to mine. Mine's 120 centimeters across. So it took 1.5 hula hoops to mount it on the wall. Because that's what it's mounted on. To the next corner. That means I will have done 3 corners when I hit this one. All right, I need to mark that 1/4 inch before I get too close to it. So let's get a pen, and I'm going to guesstimate where it's at and mark it with my pen, and then continue sewing toward it. Okay, so when I get right to the pen, I'm going to back stitch it. And then when I get back up toward where it started at, I'm going to veer it off to the angle that I wanted to sew off the edge. Okay. All right. Now we're going to turn this quilt around again, so I can get this next side. All right, and go back up here to the top because I have to put that angle in it first. Okay, so we're going to line it up to the angle it's supposed to be. And I'm going to pin it. What I know, I've already said this 3 times, or yeah. Then I'm going to bring it back, the binding back toward me, and make sure that it's lined from edge to edge on both corners, or on the corner on both sides. Then I'm going to pin it again. And then I'm going to remove the other pin because I don't want to accidentally run over it. Then I'll put it back over here and start a new seam. Making sure everything's lined up. forward stitch a couple times, back stitch a couple times, and then you can start with this side. Let's see if I can get this thing laid properly. All right. We are so close to finishing this little quilt. So close. Okay, Lori, thank you for coming. Thank you for hitting thumbs up, Frank. That helps a lot. Bye, Janice. Binding is no fun. Fun but better than sandwiching everything. Yep, I agree. I'm just having difficulty because I'm cramped up in a small amount of space and can't lay everything out. And I think this might be the first time I've done any binding on a camera where TVs and computers and everything are sitting in front of me as well. Not TVs, monitors. I have a monitor to look at so I can see what y'all are saying because I can't see it on the laptop. All right. Okay. Coming along here, y'all. Okay, we're going to get up here again, and I'm going to mark where the 1/4 inch is at, or where I think it should be. That way I don't go past it. So my pin is in. Let me get creep on up here with it. All right, I'm going to back it up for a back stitch. Do it again, and then take it out. And then I'm going to turn it to come off there at an angle. Turn the quilt around one more time. And here comes the fun part. Becca told you about me, Brandy? She did. I'm a newbie girlfriend. Will you sew the opposite side by hand or machine? No, I'm going to do it by machine because I don't know how to hand sew. And I know that sounds pretty darn weird that I can sew on a sewing machine but can't sew by hand. It's because I've never learned. So I'll do it by machine because at least I know how to do it like that. So I'm putting it at that angle again that I mentioned earlier. And then I'm going to pin it so it doesn't move for right now. And then I'm going to fold it back toward me again. like before and get both the sides of the corner lined up properly. And then I'm going to pin it. I lost the pin that was up here. So that it doesn't move, and take the other pin out so I don't accidentally catch my needle on it. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and sew this last side. And then here's what's going to happen. Either A, I managed to sew the two ends together without any annoyance, or B, you're going to watch me get frustrated because I'm angle challenged when it comes to putting the two ends together. So let's see what happens. I need to see how far I gotta go because I want to make sure that I have enough. Make sure I have at least two, well, enough to work with anyway. So we have this much. So I'm probably going to bring it to about right here. Uh-oh, something's happened. Oh, no bobbin. Wouldn't you know it, I run out of bobbin right before where I'm going to stop. Now talk about bad timing. Isn't that funny, you guys? What size is your binding? 2.5. All right, let me get this bobbin in here so I can finish at least doing the 2 inches that was left to do before I get ready to sew the end to end. All right, let me get my bobbin piece, get it around here, go around here, put the lid back on. Just make sure there's nothing wrong with the all is good. Now we'll go ahead and sew the rest of this. Okay, I'm going to stop it right here because I'm going to make sure I have plenty of space to work in so I can see if I can get these two together. Yep, the bobbin goes. That's what happened. All right. Now I am to the part that I always struggle with. So first off, what I need to do before anything is I need to make sure that I have 2.5 inches to work with. At least. So right now, this one, where's my ruler? Okay, all right. We're going to measure this to see how long this tail is right here. And it needs to be 2.5 because the binding is 2.5. Anyone good at this, putting end to end together? Straighten or free motion, or what does dummy strict mean? Okay. Now let me see if I can remember how to do this. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Hold on, you guys. Hang on a second. I need to take a little bit extra out of this side over here, so I have more to work with. I don't feel like I have enough space. Y'all hear Miss Smarty Pants? How do I spell? This is a quilting stitch I see. All right. Hi, Katie. I got here. Thank you for coming. So this is what always teases me, is knowing which way to lay this one and which way to lay this one. Because we have two tails here, and I always struggle with this. So I am not sure if I can do this on camera or not. So I'm gonna think for a minute. If this one, anyone have a suggestion on how to do this the easy way? Hang on, you guys. You know you can be heard, right? Diane?
Yeah.
All right, what are you gonna tell me to do?
I want you to open the blender on the bottom, flat.
Do I open it face down or face up?
Open it face down.
Face down, okay.
Yeah, I know.
All right, it's face down.
I have to turn off my sound on my computer before I hit face down.
Sorry, guys, but I'm getting some help.
All right, you're going to take the other one,
Yeah,
hold it down, and then you're going to turn it. Oh, no, turn it. You need to turn the first one the other way.
like this. Can you see what I'm doing?
I'm watching you. I need you to turn it over.
Okay, it's it's face down. Oh, wait.
My video is like 30 seconds behind.
This is so bad.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
Wait, shouldn't one be, oh, it should be face up, right?
Yeah, it should be. You've got your bottom. The one closest to you is the wrong side up.
Oh, so it needs to be the other way. It's supposed to be wrong side up, right?
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be right side up on the bottom.
Okay, all right, I've got right side up.
Yes, yes, yes. See, I'm hearing you on my device.
I know I can hear myself. It's kind of weird.
This. Okay, you're going to turn your top piece.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to watch you and talk, and it's the delay. Top piece, you're going to open so the wrong side is up.
Okay.
And then, perfect. You had it laying out there perfect. 90 degrees to the first one.
So do I need that outer edge to face to the right or to the left?
You want your outer edge facing up. Turn it. I'm trying to get backwards. You're going to turn your left hand counterclockwise. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Stitch across.
Now, do I stitch from the left top to the right bottom or from the right top to the left bottom?
You're stitching, those raw edges are, the corner with both raw edges is away from your stitch line.
Let me move this camera closer.
Where your thumb is,
Yeah,
from your left thumb to your right thumb. From thumb to thumb.
okay. Gotcha.
Bye.
So just to make sure, this is my left hand. I start from here to my right here.
Thumb to thumb.
Okay. All right.
If you want to test, put a pin in it, hold it over, and you'll see if it's going the right way.
Okay.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Yep, it looks like it's right. Yep. All right. Sorry, guys. Bear with me here. This part of binding, I'm just not very good at yet. One day I will. One day I'll have this whooped where it's not confusing me. Okay. Hang on a minute, you guys. I'm going to have to clip because this is moving. Should have did this to begin with and I didn't think about it. All right, now it's clipped out of my way. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. And it wouldn't surprise me. But if I got it right, then okay. We'll see in a minute. You're one binding closer to confident. It's wrong. I must have turned it the wrong way. I think I sewed it on the wrong side. It probably should have been this corner to this corner. Which means I twisted it when I turned the quilt around. All right. So if it was supposed to be this way to that way. You had turned the bottom piece instead of folding it flat. Yep, it looks like I turned it. So hang on a second. I'm gonna take part of the seam out and see if it's because I just sewed it in the wrong direction or if I just completely did it wrong. I may have just sewed it in the wrong dang direction. This is why I get so Hang in there, you guys. I'm trying. It takes a couple times to get it right. I don't know why I have such trouble with this, but I always have. It's something to do with angles. All right, I've taken only half the seam out so I can see if it's because I sewed it in the wrong direction. That may have been what I did. I sewed it in the wrong, from the wrong corner to corner. So if it's supposed to be like this, and it's supposed to fold down like that. Yep, that's what I did. I sewed it from the wrong corner to corner. So if it were you, would you leave it? You know what? I'm gonna leave part of the seam in here so it doesn't go anywhere. And then I can take it out after the fact. Okay. Now I know what I did wrong. And let's see if we can't get this corrected. I'm gonna lay it back out the way it was supposed to be, the way Diane had me do it. And I'm gonna sew the right corner this time, which is the opposing other side, which means the pin needs to go here, pin needs to go up here so that I don't get myself all confused. And then turn everything around. So that it's all basically hopefully laying flat enough so I can get at it and put it back under here. Okay. Now, before I go doing any ripping of anything else, let's make sure it's going the way it's supposed to go. Ta-da! Okay, let me get the rest of that one seam out and then I will fold this and trim it like it's supposed to be and we'll get it sewn in place. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient with me right now. That's why I stated up front, I'm not very good at this part. I'm good at sewing it on, but putting end to end is still problematic for me. One day I'll be good at it. Okay, got the seam out. Now I'm gonna fold it. Get all these loose threads out of here that is hanging out everywhere. And okay, there it is. Now all I gotta do is sew it on. Okay. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, everybody, for being really patient. I need to trim this excess off of here before I sew it. All right. The grasshopper's learning something today. I know some of y'all don't get this about the grasshopper analogy because you're younger, but I think Diane knows why I said it. Especially if you watched any Kung Fu. Y'all remember that TV series Kung Fu? All right, let's get this bad boy sewn. Move the needle to the right again. All right, we got it on here. Trying to get rid of some of these loose threads that are hanging off everywhere. Okay, now then I got this part on. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit before I go over and press it. Try to get some of this loose stuff off from where it raveled. And then I'll show it to you before I turn it. Okay, question. Do you want to stick around long enough for me to machine sew it on? Or have you guys had enough? Giving you a choice here, because I'm willing to stay and sew it on. Because if we sew it on, we will have finished this quilt from start to finish for the month of January and a little bit of February. Took a little longer than I planned, but we skipped one weekend because I wasn't feeling it. Too much wind had me all frazzled. Thank you, everybody. Robin says she'll stay. Anyone else? Thank you, Diane, for helping me. She said she would if I got stuck. And I got stuck. Yes, I did, Joy. I'm just trimming it up a little, getting all these loose threads, and then I'll show it to you. Because there's a bunch of loose threads that raveled off the edge of this. Melissa says, do it. And Quilt Peck says she'll do it. And what's your name? Remind me again. Missy says she's staying. All right then. Let's get this done then, since I finished trimming it up. All right. Let's see. Binding's on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the iron real quick. Well, I don't know, maybe I won't. I was thinking I should press this right here so it'll lay flat. What do you think? Think I should press it so it can lay flat? Or just go ahead and sew it on? I'm having trouble. Thank you, Denise. So I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to start clipping it down. Normally I would iron this, but press. Okay. Well, let's get that done then. All right, I've got them all pressed. So I'm gonna turn the quilt around to face me. And then let's see here what I missed. So if somebody said something, I can answer. He says, I'm still here for you. Missy says, I never press finding. I tried. Yeah, I usually do because I've done it with my small ones. Katie, have you done clue one? I haven't gotten clue one yet. I probably won't see my kit or clue one until after I get back from the United States. Because by the time I leave next Thursday, and unless by some slim miracle, I don't think it'll get here before I leave. At least I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so because I haven't received any of my stuff from January. You know, my clue 7 of hot air balloon, and I'm missing January box of my classic cut box for January. That hasn't come, and I ordered fabric so from the around the same time, so I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I'm not gonna. Hey, do you guys think this is the wrong color? Can you tell the difference? Or do you think it'll match? Or, yeah. You think this color will be okay for the top of the binding? Pressing helps to keep it in place. Yeah, that's why I pressed it. Okay. Because I'm gonna change the top so that I can but I'm gonna leave the bobbins alone. It's gonna be what I've been using for the back. Because I think it's okay. All right, where is the heavy thread at? Oh, there you are. What stitch length do you think would work good for this? I got clue 6 and then 2 weeks later got clue 7. The weather has had shipping mess ups. Yes, it has. Definitely has. All right. So I'm going to clip my binding on to start with, and we'll see if I need to actually do it all the way through or not. Mary says she thinks it'll work. I think Sean did a small this morning. then did a large, if I remember. Yeah, because he's got a large, he's doing the large this time. Usually he does the small. But this year he's doing a large. I mean, this go around for Tree of Life. Sean is really good at his sewing and videos. Maybe one day my videos will be really good. But I'm not making a comparison. Anyone of you guys binding a quilt right now? Out of curiosity? Oh, you know, the fritz sticking out here. So annoying. Or did everybody fall asleep? I hope you didn't. Sorry, guys. This is taking a bit of time. Basting an 84 by 84 quilt. Yeah, that's a big one. I have a lot of piecing to do. 3 in the works and 3 to cut, 2 to quilt, and 1 to sandwich. Woo wee! You have a lot to do. Diane, what are you working on? Ah, virtual mystery. Mary H says, I found a quilt a couple weeks ago. Now I am big stitch quilting another quilt. What does big stitch mean? A scrap adventure will take over 400. Wow, 400 inches of 2.5 inch binding. Wow, that's quite big. I asked what everybody was working on, if they were, well, actually, I asked if anyone was binding any quilts. You'll see a lot of big stitches. Okay. What does it mean by big stitch? Do you mean like the size of a quilt? Yeah, what were you thinking, Frank? Hand quilting, okay. I didn't know it was called that. Hand quilting with thick threads and large stitches, somewhat like shishito, but not as organized. Oh, okay. Oh, look at here, you guys. I'm almost to the end where I can start sewing. Now to do a good job sewing it on. I think I'm going to leave this. I think the stitch, I think I'm going to make the stitches a little big. What do y'all think about that? Okay. I think I'm gonna start this on the short end. I'm gonna move this here basket way over here because I know I'm gonna be topping off. And I'm gonna try to top them off so they don't end up on the floor. All right, let me see here. Okay. All right, I'm getting ready to sew. I usually increase stitch length for inviting. Yep, I'm increasing now on this one for the top. Hi, Donna from Dragonflies. I'm sorry I hadn't answered you sooner. I'm over here sewing binding. Sorry it's so quiet in here. It looks like I pushed on my keyboard. Are you guys seeing okay what I'm doing? Okay. Okay. I probably should have the seam closer to the edge, but without gloves, I'm having difficulties trying to keep this thing still. Nothing on the top there. Okay, now we're going to turn it around, go the other direction. Right. Let's see what kind of damage I can do on this side. How's y'all's weather in your prospective places? I don't know if I asked about your weather earlier today or not. I don't remember. But yeah, is it warming up or do you think it's about to get cold again? Okay. Switching sides again. Now we're on the short side again, which will be a little better. You won't be getting up in the camera. Ooh, we are very close to finishing this little quilt, you guys. Is Andrea still around? Beverly says it's 56 degrees and drizzling in Tennessee. Is anybody into Applicate? I started BOM at LQS yesterday. First time, and I think I like it. The worst thing is having to carry my machine to the shop. Yeah, I can imagine. Joyce says it's warm and drizzling right now. Mary says it is a balmy 31 degrees Fahrenheit in Twin City, Minnesota. Let me see. I think our temperature here is 9 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So, yep, that's a lot warmer than usual, or what it's been being, I mean. At 2 degrees, oh my gosh. When it's 2 degrees, you really feel it. Then it goes back up to 6 or 7 degrees, and it's like, oh, it's not so cold outside now. Even the dogs agree. Oh, I bet I should have trimmed that corner, but I didn't trim them. I think this one's gonna give me some grief. Maybe I can trim it while it's sitting in the machine. Be really careful. Don't get carried away with it. All right, let's see if that didn't help. Yes, it did. All right, now maybe I can get this lined up properly. Or not. All right. Now we're going to switch sides again. All right. And I think this is the last side, and then it'll be finished. Let's get everything laid up here where it's not feeling like it's pulling on the needle. Getting closer, you guys. Joy says warm and drizzling. Robin says it's breezy, 78 degrees Fahrenheit here. Ooh, that's warm. Joy says it's 60 degrees. Ooh, perfect weather. I would love to see 60 degree temperatures. Still trying to figure out what I should dress like for North Carolina in February. Probably just a light jacket or something and a sweater maybe. I have this really bad habit. Every time I buy sweaters and then I fly with them, I lose them on the airplane. And why that happens is because I left them in the seat. Which is kind of annoying for me because I really like sweaters. Just the regular old cardigan style that doesn't have buttons on it. Just want them to keep my arms warm and that's it. Mostly my shoulders, upper arms and my shoulders. That's what gets cold. The rest of me doesn't get very cold. I think I should. Uh-oh. Looks like I pushed on the keyboard again. Well, I did something. Dang it. Oh, I see. We're getting to the end, y'all. All right, I'm going to show you. It's finished. It's finished. Thank you, Diane. So y'all have watched me make this from charm pack to this. What do y'all think? Thank you, everybody. No, Laura, you're not getting on it. You do not get to get your black hair all over it. Thank you so much, you guys. This is my first finished from start to finish quilt on my channel, where I did it with y'all watching. So, do you think I did okay? I mean, yeah, the lives could be better while I was doing it, but I'm still learning. So, you know. But now we have a finished quilt. So, celebration time. One finished quilt. That means that this is the, listen to this. This is the first finished quilt for 2024. Awesome, huh? One finished quilt to put in my book. Check it off your project list and take photos. Yes. So, and I'm really proud of this because, you know, there was a couple times where I wasn't so sure. Thank you, everyone. Did y'all enjoy the little monthly series of this? Did you like this? Feedback. You want me to do another one when I come back from QuiltCon? Let me see what y'all say. I would think if you're staying close to a conference center, a sweater would be a good choice. You could tie it around your waist if hot, or just long sleeve. I thought about buying a flannel shirt. Michelle says, you're doing a great job on your live streams. I love to watch. Qaqortoq says, amazing. Yo, Katy G says, great job, Katy. It's beautiful. So did you like this style of what's the question I'm trying to ask? Yes, do another one. Okay, because I was thinking I have some layer cakes and I have more charm packs. And I was thinking of coming up with something a little different, but still keep it simple enough for beginners. Especially considering I still think I'm a beginner. And there is lots of threads all over this quilt. And my hair. It's funny. Also take some notes about what was difficult, enjoyable, satisfying, and anything else. Yeah, that's actually a great idea, Diane. I will sit down and do that. Greenland Quilters, your lives have never been disappointing to me. Thank you for your time and projects. Thank you, Denise. Drum roll. Thank you, you guys. And yet the last live kind of beat me up a little bit, and I was a little discouraged, but tonight it's gone a lot better. So see, tonight we finished that, and we had Kim on, and we did a color challenge block. So both of those got done tonight. The label's on it. Here, I'll show it to you. Who said that about the label? Lorraine did. Hang on, I'll show you the label. Here's the label. Yeah, that walking foot almost ruined it tonight. I almost gave up on it. But then I heard y'all say breathe, and I'm like, So I did. I took a deep breath, waited a second, and then tried again, and then it went on. So frustration is what's causing me to have little problems. Floating Tetris is beautiful. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, it's got a name, Floating Tetris. It is awesome. Honestly, I don't think of myself as a beginner, but every now and then we need an easy win. That's right. You can also document the time it took, including figuring time it took. Okay, that will be a good thing to write about tonight. Never say die. Yeah, that almost whooped me. Did you see what I was having trouble with it? It wouldn't go on. Lorraine Young said you haven't seen it? The quilt or the label? Do you want to see the whole thing? I can re-show it again and fold it up later. Hang on. Then you can see the whole back. This is what the back looks like. I took leftover charm packs and 10 by 5.5 inch that was left over from another project. And with Diane's help with math, we figured out how much I needed to do for these piecing on the back. And that's where the label went, was on the back in the corner. Yes, you can see the label. Hold on. Let me see if I can give you a better view with this one. I sewed it into the block. Oh, and here's my bell. Laura says, I'm struggling with what information I put on a label. I never really labeled anything before. And I think maybe I should, yeah, this label is a sweet water label. And you can actually take permanent ink, and if you wanted to, you could like write on it. And I have so many of these. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Diane, for pointing that out. Hang on, you guys. Now maybe you can see it. Sorry. I keep forgetting that I have two cameras. So what I did is on the back of these labels, there's a it has the same kind of thing as like what you have on the back of applique. And then I cut fabric that's the same size as the label, and then I put a border around it, and I sewed the whole thing into it. So anyone who wanted to think they could take this off would absolutely destroy the whole corner of the quilt doing it. And I do all my labels like that. Yep, I fixed it. I keep forgetting this leg behind everybody else. You know what? I would love to know someone here in town that had an embroidery machine where they could make me quilt labels where it had, you know, information on it. It's not on a regular label like this. What is the fabric line? Okay, so some of this I don't know, but the main part of the quilt, this side of it, except for the outer border, the small blocks were from Flutter and Shine. The dark blue, this right here, that's Dan Morris. All of this, all these little blocks right here, those are Flutter and Shine, but I don't know what fabric line that came from because I've had this one for a while. And on the back, oh yeah, hang on, fixing it. Remove the pin. Okay. The ones on the back, these came from yardage that I had bought. So I don't really know what fabric line they came off of. It's like this has got puppy dog paws on it. I don't know if you can see that or not. So that part of it, I don't know. This, I don't know. That might be American Jane. But the front is definitely Flutter and Shine as far as this, the main part of this quilt, which started out with Charm Pack. I started out with a Charm Pack of 42, made 42 blocks using 2.5 yards of backing, which is this B cross stitch background. Then I used 3/4 of a yard of this Dan Morris stuff, and I used almost a yard of the turquoise. And the binding, probably a little over 1/2 yard of that. And you can see it's just a different, and I think this is also Dan Morris, this binding. Joyce says she can't see the label. Okay, hold on. Let me get it around here again. And Diane, you were right about the quilting. This does feel very nice with all these lines so far apart like this. Because even when I put the binding on it, it's still a little bit stiff. Okay. About what's going to happen after today. I think I'm going to do a live either Monday or Tuesday. We're not going to be sewing, but I am going to talk about my plans while I'm as I leave Greenland. When I spend 4 days in Copenhagen, we'll talk about that. I'll also talk about everything that I accomplished in the month of January and what I didn't accomplish. We'll talk about all of that. So it's basically going to be like a little short live about January and traveling and what I'll try to do with trying to go live and stuff. I know that Thursdays and Saturdays are my normal live, and it might be possible that I could go live Saturday from the hotel. And if I can, maybe I will have lots of pictures I can share with you guys as a live, but it won't be sewing. I don't know. I could always take some, I do plan on taking some crocheting with me because I need something to keep my hands busy on the airplane. I'm hoping I'll have a chance to crochet and maybe edit videos that I've taken from here to Copenhagen, and maybe some videos in Copenhagen. So we'll have a discussion either Monday or Tuesday on the live about all that because I fly out of here on Thursday morning. And I do have a video to edit that is an unboxing of Missouri Star, and it'll go up probably, I don't know, probably around the end of next week. Or no. Yeah, the end of this coming week or the beginning of the following week so that y'all have something to watch. So if you can think of anything you think you might want to see in Copenhagen that's not too far from the airport, let me know and I'll see what I can do. I will try to, it's going to be hard to really try to film anything inside the airport. And then of course there's probably security and they might not even allow that, but I'll see what I can do. You know, maybe I can go into a couple shops and you know, show you what you see in a couple shops at the airport in Copenhagen. So anyone else have any questions or anything you want to say before I close this live? Because I've been on here a long time again. Michelle says, I'd love to see some of your travels. Safe trip. Yes, I will make sure you guys get some content from that. Because it's going to be a long flight, you guys. I'm hoping the weather behaves and I can get out of Greenland without any incident. That's what I'm most concerned with because, you know, spring's approaching, winter's still here, old man winter's grumbling, you know. Thank you everyone for being so supportive and helping me, and thank you about the quilt. Anyone else before I say goodnight? Okay then, so thank you for coming tonight. Sini Saret, that means have a good night. Make sure you guys live, laugh, love, dream, and create. And hug people and smile at people because you never know what kind of day somebody's going to have. And I can't wait to meet all of you that are going to QuiltCon. So yeah, and Georgia, we need to do something about Georgia, that's for sure. And thank you, Diane, and good night. And I'll talk to you on the next video before I leave. Sayonara.